wants to think about it.
Yes. Nima is not here. Pema is here. Amrit is here. Absolutely perfect. It's raining outside. Like hell. I just came from outside, from hospital. It was raining like hell. I asked my kids to stay back home. I can deal with it right now. It's okay. Nima is also getting connected. Anyways. Bye. Shaha, Shah, get in. Shah. Okay, my dear. So for today, what I am looking at is nutrients and fluids. Uh, nutrients and fluids. Everybody can see it, right? Before we start, were you able to get your book, Pema? Good. And everybody was able to do their workbook, I mean. Sit down here, otherwise I will not. Sit down. Be quiet, sit down. Good boy. Okay, so today we will be doing nutrition and fluids. When we talk about nutrition and fluids, these are very important.
Are we gonna skip chapter 25 and 26?
No, we are not going to skip it. These are quite short, very short chapters.
Okay.
What I was thinking is I would add this one in somewhere where we will have, otherwise the class will be very short. So let's add it somewhere. It's a slide of it's a chapter of 3 slides or 4 slides. So we'll do it maybe at end of this one or together with something else, which would be its terminology. The other chapter that is there is documentation. I was just looking at it. It seems to me more of nursing process, like nursing than yours. So I would look into it, whether briefly you need to know how much from it. If I give you this information, how to chart and do stuff, and you don't have to, maybe you will get overwhelmed, right? So let's finish the main things first, and this chapter we'll do at the end. It is just how to do documentation. This kind of documentation, the way it has been written, is a nursing progress. It is needed only for like delegated tasks. So we'll leave it to the last so that nobody gets scared and runs away from being a support worker. I'm trying to make things easy. It's okay, no worries. These are very two short chapters, so we'll do it at the end together with some. When we talk about nutrition and fluids, remember, you being a support worker, you need to know your patient very well. When it comes to nutrition, I am dealing with my client, who my client is, again, what the diet is, how am I supposed to feed? Is it a patient who needs to be is on a feed? I need to feed him or feed him. Or is it a person who is on a minced diet? Is it a person who's on a diabetic diet? This nutrition and fluid chapter is very important for you to know. The main job of a support worker is to see when the food tray comes from the kitchen. We have numbers there on each tray. There's a sheet that says what is inside the tray. and there's a number. Based on your worksheet that you would be getting, each time every nurse and every PCC, patient care coordinator, fills that form, making sure that you have update mobility, updated nutrition, and updated fluid. What that means is, let's say my patient needs to be fed. You'll be the one who will feed. If my patient has swallowing disabilities, is not able to swallow, is on a thickened diet or thickened fluid, and you being a support worker helping me, if you don't know your client is on thickened water, you might give him some thin fluids, he or she might choke on it. So that's why nutrition and fluids is very important for you guys to know. This is one of the main jobs that you will be looking at. When it comes to nutrition, this client is on cardiac diet. Cardiac diet means his uh, sugar, his salts should be less than 2 grams, and his water that we are providing him in the form of juice, milk, tea, any source other than kitchen should be less than 1.5 liters. So you make sure this is 1.5 liters means 7 paper cups. So that's it. This is what we come from nutrition and fluids. The other thing is, might be my client is NPO, nothing by mouth. Always remember NPO is nothing per oral, that means nothing by mouth. So this is one of the things that also ends up in nutrition. The other thing is digestion, indigestion, absorption of food is based on nutrition. What we feed the people, what you feed your clients with, will be what we will have it as a baby. If your client doesn't eat well, will he be able to get good nutrients? Will he be able to move in the bed? Will he be able? No, he won't be able to actively participate in any of the things. He would get weaker day by day. It is considered to be a failure of thrive. Like he won't be able to make things, he will deteriorate day by day. That's why you need to know your nutrition and fluid. Some clients who are diabetic, who are sick, need Ensure. Ensure is also a part of nutrition. Some facilities do not provide Ensure, they provide it in the form of isosource or resource. You will see 3 names. Either it will be Ensure, either it will be isosource, or it will be resource. These are the 3 names for these, and it's considered to be a nutrition as well as we put them as medications in long-term care facilities. In hospitals, they are just nutrition, but in long-term care facilities, they're considered to be as medication, and not everybody gets it. So this is also a part of your nutrition. Let's look at it now. Basic nutrition. The client's diet affects their physical and mental growth and function. This is very, very true. We know that if your client is not able to eat, if your client is not able to absorb things properly and is not being fed properly, he or she will have deteriorated physical and mental growth. If your client does not drink properly, is dehydrated, he might get UTI or might get confused. Food and drink contribute to social and emotional health. If you eat well, if you drink well, you will be able to concentrate, you will have energy to move in the bed, you will not be dehydrated, you will not be confused. Okay? A poor diet and poor eating habits. Our elderlies are always at risk of poor diet and poor eating habits because reason being, Allah Hafiz, Reason being, they are old, they can do their groceries well, they can cook of their own, they depend on others. This is one reason. The other reason is most of them are elderly, they have swallowing disabilities. Some of them do not have proper dentures, they might not be able to chew properly. Because they are older adults, the amount of saliva produced is less, and that becomes a factor why they cannot swallow their food, because that's the moisture in our mouth created by saliva helps us to roll the food and take it down our throat. So these are some of the things that we have to keep an eye on. So a poor diet and poor eating habits, it will increase the risk of diseases. If your client has not eaten well, he's weak, he can be at a risk of fall due to dizziness. If you don't eat, you will not have energy. You'll feel dizzy. He might not have, his sugar levels can be low and he might be at a risk of fall. Again, if they're not eating properly, we call this state of having low sugar as hypoglycemic. They can become hypoglycemic. It can be a cause of chronic illness to become worse. If somebody is diabetic, and he's not eating, she's not eating, it can become worse. If somebody has problems, GI problems, ulcers, bleeding issues, and not eating well, again. So these not eating and not drinking can lead to more destruction. If the person is having any underlying illness, that will become worsened day by day. It affects the physical and mental functioning, which increases risk of accidents and injuries. As I mentioned, if your client has not eaten, is not drinking well, he's dehydrated, he will be at a risk of fall. And all of them are frail, they're older adults, they're mostly on blood thinners, and it can lead to big disasters. Okay. Nutrition refers to the processes involved in ingestion, digestion, and absorption, and use of foods and fluid by the body. Again, it's a process where you take the food, then it goes to our digestive tract, it gets absorbed by our intestines, and then it's being used by our body. Good nutrition is needed for growth, healing, and body functioning. When we say in our elderlies, it's healing, body function, and repair. In our other clients who are not older adults, who are from newborn infants to adults, it is also needed for growth. A well-balanced and correct calorie intake are important. This is very, very important. We need to have a balanced diet. We need to have a correct calorie count intake for our clients. If your client does not eat, again, I would repeat, if your client is not eating well, again, he or she needs to be on a resource. He or she needs to be on ensure, making sure the amount of nutrients that he or she might get from the food are being provided in another source. Somewhere with a drink, he or she has. Foods and fluids contain nutrients. We all know nutrients. Nutrients are grouped into fats, proteins, carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals, and water. We all know that. No food or food group contains every essential nutrient. It's not like one food contains everything. No, we need a small portion of oats, we need a small portion of milk, we need veggies, we need eggs, and meat. Everything needs, and it's a plate that has all that needs to be filled with all corners. Fiber intake, we give them veggies, we give them fruits, we give them oats in the morning. When it comes to proteins, we give, you will see, not in long terms facilities, you will give them dal pulses. No, they will get it either in the form of eggs, meat, that way. Protein is needed for tissue growth and repair. Proteins are very, very important. Carbohydrates provide energy and fiber for bowel elimination. Fats provide energy. They add flavor to food and help the body use certain vitamins. There are 3 types of fats: saturated fats, trans fats, and unsaturated fats. And vitamins, they are needed for body function and growth. They do not provide calories. Minerals are used for many body functions. Our minerals are very, very important. And you will see that's why most of your clients, we give them multivitamins, we give them calcium multivitamins every day, and alternatively we give them calcium, especially if they are women over and above the age of 65, they get it every week, a special top up. Okay? Water. This is the most important nutrient necessary for life. And this is where our clients are most of the time dehydrated. They don't drink well. The body needs water in order to maintain cell function, regulate body temperature, deliver nutrients, removes waste, and perform other body functions. So if our client is not drinking well, you would see your client will be on fluids, IV fluids. We have different types of IV fluids. We have, when we say NS, normal saline, it is water, salt water. But other fluids you cannot touch. Ringers, like, yes, you can bring it for your nurse, but you cannot deal with it. Ringers, like, say, we have lots and lots. We have D5W, which contains sugar. So you are not going to deal with those. Normal NS is okay. You can open the IV for your client, take him to the washroom, bring it back. But other fluids do not touch, no matter what happens. Now, Canada's dietary guidelines. Canada's food guide was developed by Health Canada to promote wise food choices. In 2019 version of Canada's food guide with accompanying Canada's dietary guideline focuses on being mindful of eating habits, cooking more often, enjoying your food, eating meals with others, being aware of food marketing. When we talk about this, think nothing from this can be done by our clients. They're dementiated, they don't remember these mindful habits. They're older adults, they do not cook. It can be dangerous for them. They hardly can move. They don't enjoy their food because they are older adults. They have problems with swallowing, or the taste buds, they are not same as ours. And eating meal with others, they always are most of the time alone. Shh. Just give me 1 minute. And be aware of food marketing, which they cannot pay attention to. If you have heard of Meals on Wheels, most of the time our clients are older adults who live off their own at homes. They survive on Meals on Wheels. That is, they have those packaged foods that reaches to their house in the morning. We don't know how it has been cooked. Now, at least this Canada's dietary guidelines are paying attention to this food marketing. They're paying attention to it, that they should get some nutrients. Otherwise, we don't know what it is. They also uh, get food from MACD, they order food, so they're not getting enough nutrients. Most of the time, not only these things happen, but they have feeding problems. There's no one to feed them. If your client has Parkinson's, if your clients have shaking disabilities and he's shaking, will you think that the food will go in his or her mouth? No. It's very hard for them. If they have problems, joint problems, arthritis, any osteorheumatoid, they can hardly move their arm. They have so much stiffness in there that they cannot bend it too much. Things happen. They have chronic illnesses, which leads them with decreased mobility. Decreased mobility does not only mean moving on into the bed or out of the bed, it also means range of motion with their upper extremities. These are called upper extremities. Range of motion means when you move your arms, you open up, you close. You raise them up, you raise them down. Some of them, they might not be able to do it this way. They hardly can open. They're very, very stiff. You really need to open up their arm. So you don't expect them to eat off their own. Guidelines now include the importance of food skills. Cultural food practices should be celebrated. Example, food skills should be considered with the social, cultural, and historic content of indigenous people. Again, another thing when it comes to our diet, some of our clients, they are vegetarian. Some of our clients are non-veg. Again, if they are in a facility and they are non-veg, they might not get other things to eat. They do not get proper nutrients. Sadie, can you please get up and help your brother with the towel? So we again have to pay attention to it. When it comes to indigenous people, their culture, their eating habits are different. We know indigenous people, were hunters, fishing, they had all those sources. They live on lively sources. They are into fishing, they're into this meat hunting, Healthy eating is needed to ensure essential nutrients. It promotes health and overall sense of physical and mental well-being. If you eat healthy, you think proper. If you eat healthy, you are physically strong. And it reduces the risk of health issues related to nutritional deficiencies. If you're eating properly, you might not have deficiencies. Some people, they're not eating fruits properly. They might be if your clients, they don't eat food properly, let's say I don't eat fruits, I might be at a risk of vitamin deficiency. If I don't have proper vitamins, again, I would suffer. Some people, they are even allergic to most of the food with growing age. Now I can't eat avocados. I can eat oranges, right? If they are at, again, they would be at a risk of these deficiencies. Fatty acids, they will be at a risk of vitamin C. So if they have problems, they might bleed. Gum bleeding, scurvy is very, very easy. Vegetables and fruits, they provide carbohydrates, vitamin C, A, iron, and magnesium, are naturally low in fat. We all know vegetables and fruits, they are low in fats, they are rich in vitamins. Whole grain foods contain fiber, vitamins, and minerals. Mostly, whole grain food is needed, and in this food dietary guideline plan, it's for fiber intake. Chapatis, bread, oats, they are a source of fiber most of the time. Sometimes we do get omega-3 from the bread and stuff like that, but the most portion comes from is from fiber. Then we talk about protein food. Protein foods contain protein, vitamins, and minerals. Should eat more plant-based proteins if possible, as these are better for heart health. Contains more fiber and less saturated fat than other type of protein sources. Again, healthy heart diet. You would be seeing healthy heart diet in wherever you work, whatever facility, residential care or hospital, which means healthy heart, low sodium, less water. Sodium less than 2 grams a day, 1.5 liters, less than 1.5 liters a day. This is your acronym you need to remember for healthy heart diet. Salt, less than 2 grams a day in a day. And then your water intake should be less than 1.5 liters, which is where we do when we put through an order, it should be put through and reach our kitchen so that they and us both coordinate with each other, making sure what they provide from the kitchen and what we give would only contribute to 1.5 liters. From them, we will get milk, juice, water, tea, 3 times minimum. That's for breakfast, lunch, dinner. If ever they are diabetic, they might get an additional snack. Some people will be on diabetic plus healthy heart diet. That means you have to play with it. They will get 4 times. Making sure we see how much coffee they bring. That's a different thing, how much the client will bring. Okay, it is 180 mils. How we know? The paper cup that we use is a standard paper cup. And it is 180 mils, no matter what way you go. Now, the other thing that we have is some facilities do not use paper glasses. They use those plastic transparent glasses. It's very long. It's a little bit longer, but thin. The dimension from inside width is less. It's not 180. It's only 60 to 80 mils. So when you wherever you work, you have to get familiar with that cup. One time you will have to measure it, or you will have to ask the nurse how much does it contain? That's how we get to know how much this client is drinking. Because they don't use water cups, the paper cups, they use those plastic cups all the time. That's for giving Ensure, that's for giving water, that's for giving whatever you give them. Juice, your juice box, the small boxes, they do tell you the amounts. Okay, let's move forward. Now, nutritional challenges that Canadians face. Limited income. That is true. Here, 80% of the people live below poverty. They are low income people. They cannot meet all their needs. And when they especially are older adults, most of the money goes into the long-term care facility. They have to pay it off. And the rest would go if they have any special medications. Remember, even if they are in low income, when they are elderly, not all medications are covered. Not all medications are covered. Geographic isolation, inclement weather, we see it, lack of availabilities of local foods, lack of education about nutrition, and mental illness or addiction. Mental illness and addiction is another common problem here. Our most of the white population, they have mental illness and they are being followed by addictions, or you can say psych. They do not eat well, they do not drink well. Infancy and childhood. This is the period of rapid growth. Children who are under 4 years should not be given a low-fat diet because fat is needed for our brain development. Always remember that. Teaching children how to prepare healthy food will help foster lifelong healthy eating choices. Adolescence, it's a growth spurt that occurs during puberty, which increases nutritional needs at this time. Many adolescents have unhealthy eating habits. They eat junk food. A&W, McDonald's, they do not like healthy foods. Poor eating habits can lead to poor physical or mental health. Even if you feed your kids one time, you will get the McDonald's, another time McDonald's, third time they would not like to eat at home. The taste buds get so used to that kind of junk food that they no longer want to eat at home. They want those colas and all those things. Give them milk, they don't want it. Give them Sprite, they will like it. Ginger ale, the most common drink everybody wants here. Ginger ale. Even you will see older adults, they will say, "Oh, I'm having a stomach problem. Is it burning sensation? Do you have a burning? No, just get me a ginger ale, I'll be fine." Start working, you will see. You have indigestion, you have a reflux, but you still want to have ginger ale. Now, our young and middle adulthood. During this stage, most adults, they will have low energy needs than adolescents. And energy needs to continue to decline into 40s and 50s. We are not same what we are till our, once we cross our 40s and 50s, our energy needs, they continue to decline. Pregnant women, you know anybody who's pregnant, women require nutrients, rich food, they need extra additional calories, 500 calories per day to support the growing fetus. Should also increase their intake of folic acid, iron, calcium, which reduces the risk of spinal cord and brain abnormalities in babies. We always encourage them, especially in their first trimester, which is the first 3 months. We ask them to have more intake of folic acid, more intake of iron and calcium. If they do not take this for the other time, for the other months, it's okay. It would not affect that bad. But the first 3 months are the brain developing months. It is the time when the spinal cord and brain is developed, and it only can be from iron, folic acid, and calcium. Then we have late adulthood. Older people have wide variations in health and nutritional status. Nutritional status is affected by emotion, social, or physical factors. They may require transportation to obtain groceries. As I said, they can drive, they're old, they need someone to drive them to the groceries. Income may not be adequate to buy some nutritional food. If they are in low income, they only get, this is standard for here, 1,500 as like old age pension, old age, and the maximum pension from one person is 2,500 for normal, like on an average, if you're only working one job, which is, or without a job. That means without a job, three would be around 4,000, and 3,000 they pay for their long-term care, semi-private. How much is left over? This is just, I'm telling you, a simple average, not one who's working. I'm just telling you the figures in. So how do you expect them to buy every nutritional need?
And who pays the leftover?
Huh?
Who pays the difference amount?
The government has to pay that dividend. Not all the time. That's why if it's, sometimes what people do, they keep their older adults at home,
At home.
and they prefer someone coming for them as a caregiver, paying them $10 or under the table 10, $17 or $15, which is less in cost. Then they pay 3,000 for the only for the room. And then what would be the food and other expenses, which is they don't get, they have to, they really, and at that age, the help is very low. Can you give me my watch back before you break it? That is the reason we don't, that's the reason they prefer to keep them home. One, they apply for their rent. They make them as, even though they are parents or their kids, they can show up as a rent from their money. And secondly, they don't pay much. This is a problem that most of the population here suffers. Okay, then where were we? Physical changes can affect nutrition. Of course, we are, as I mentioned, we are getting old. We have swallowing problems. We have difficulty seeing things properly. We have problems. Our stomach does not work the same way. In older ages, most of the people suffer from upper or lower GI bleeding, or they have GERD, which is like refluxes. When they have this problem, their mostly esophagus all the time has that burning sensation. They don't like to eat. They want someone, they are really dependent on someone feeding them. Those living in long-term care facilities may not like the food that is served because that is blanched food that has no taste at all. Veggies boiled in water, less salt because it's not cooked specially for one person, it's for random, and they will give you a salt and pepper. It doesn't taste. If you, for your lifetime, have been cooking yourself and and you're a very good cook, you love flavors, you will not even like to taste it. What it really looks like colorful, but it is not tasty at all. It has no flavors. Hospital, long-term, uh, whatever facilities, wherever residential, they serve blanched food. They might not like it. Older persons require lower calories, high proteins. High proteins because it is good for repair of body. High calcium, when you get old, your bones become more spongy. That's why they are at a risk of fractures, osteoporosis. We need high calcium and high fiber food just because they also, most of them are on pain medication. Remember, the side effect of pain medications is constipation. If somebody is on Hydromorph, if somebody is on too much Tylenol, if somebody is on Suboxone, any pain medication, they will have constipation. And because they are older adults, they're not moving out of the bed. They are sitting mostly all the time in their chair or in the bed. That would be the most they're in the long-term care facility. Who will take them out? This is the honest picture of this. How will they be going? Where will they be going? They really don't move too much. When you don't move too much, your bowels do not move. Sit on a chair, eat, but do not move. You will not poop. When we say people are moving here and there, it helps them to go to the washroom. That's why we need high fiber food, which can start a little bit of, pushing their bowels. Otherwise, if they are only sitting up in the bed, from bed to chair or from chair to bed, it might not help their bowels. Mobility is very important when it comes to bowel movement. Those who are in bed, that's why they might be constipated for a long time. We need to give them Senosides, we need to give them suppositories, we need to give them enemas. Okay. Any questions till now? Everybody.
When you said that they don't like how the food tastes, so what do they eat if they don't eat that kind of food?
They don't eat, then that's why we always, what we do is, you as a support worker, I have been telling you over and over again, with you, your documentation is how much they ate at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If you see that they hardly eat, you will have to and at the end of the shift, you always report it to your nurse that bed 20 ate 20%, bed 21 ate 40%, bed 26. If there's an average of not eating well, we will have to find out a source for vitamins, maybe multivitamins, for other fiber and sugar, carbohydrates. We'll put them on resource or ensure. That's what we have to look at it. Oh no, we have to give him a snack. He eat well. And we have to feed How much did he eat?
What I'm trying to say is if they don't eat it, like they don't want to eat it because it doesn't taste good, what do you do? Then
That's what really happens. You might sometimes what happens is you let the families know, and the family in long-term care facility, like once in a while they bring food for them. We label it, we put it in the fridge, we give them small amounts, but we don't have any alternative for them. The food that has been served is the food that's why they do, most of the time we do see nutritional imbalances in our clients. We don't have special preferences. Yes, we have special preferences of being a non-veg, being a veg, gluten-free, or gluten-free, or people having allergies. You know what? You would see people, swear I'm telling you without a joke, allergy list will be like, the whole thing would be, I have allergies to pepper, I have allergies to corn, I have allergies to every bloody thing that is being served in the hospital. We do have clients like that. They will say, I have allergy to peppercorn, I have allergy when they feel. Then we ask them, what and when was this allergy? What kind of allergy you had? I'm allergic to mushroom, I'm allergic to tomatoes, I'm allergic to pineapple. We have hundreds and hundreds of clients who have more than 12 to 13 allergies with the food. And those are the 13 biggest foods that we provide. Some people, again, I don't know, they should, maybe it's later, we'll just wait on. Some people are on clear fluid diets. Clear fluid diets means maybe jello, maybe juice, maybe water. All fluid diet. They do not go on any other thing. Jello is a part of clear fluid diet. Please remember, notify yourself with this. Okay? Factors that affect eating and nutrition. Personal choices. Our allergies that I told you. Food intolerances. Religion and culture. This needs to be briefly spoken about. Sometimes we have personal choices. I do not want to eat this food. If you're not eating this food, where are we going to get the food from? Can you ask your family next time to come and bring you some food? That's what we have. Allergies. Your client can be allergic to every bloody food that you serve. Every bloody food. Food intolerances. Allergies and food intolerances is different. Let me make it very clear to you. When a person says, I am allergic to food, allergic means a person should have hives, throat should be closing. That's when we say allergy, allergic reaction. What kind of allergic reaction do you have? Is it that you can breathe? Is it you have hives? This is allergic reaction. If they tell you, oh no, I throw up, that's food intolerance. That's not an allergy. Please be very mindful about it. I had a client and she said, I'm allergic to blah, 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 blah. I said, what kind of allergy do you have with peppers and pineapple? In my childhood, I throwed up from my nose and air. said, did you ever try after that? No. Then I told her, unfortunately, that's a food intolerance. What we do, we talk to the dietitian, we make sure that this thing is, we have the dietitian coming in, we do a allergy test on them. Is there any, is that the client gets any allergies like hives? We do patch testing for them. What we do, we take a bag, make squares, we get the juice of each thing, inject it with the needles. If there is redness over that area, more than what we expect in a normal person, he's allergic to that food. If not, it means it's intolerance. I'm just giving you a procedure of how it is. But normally to you, intolerance means he's vomiting, he's nauseated. Now, if he's nauseated and vomiting, it cannot be allergy. It is food intolerance, that I can tolerate this kind of food. Religion, we do have religious belief. If I, being a person, end up in the hospital, unfortunately, the hospital would not be able to provide me halal food. I will not be able to eat. I will become a non-veg. Yeah. Bad boy. I would not be able to eat. I would have to go on a non-veggie diet, which is I would not get enough nutrients. Some people are on kosher diet. Some people are on gluten-free diet. Right? So this is what you have: cultural belief and religious belief and cultures. We come from different cultures. Indigenous people, they love hunting, they love fishing, they want to eat that kind of food. Are we able to provide every day? No, not really. The food that you get in residential homes or hospitals most of the time is mashed potatoes with gravy and some canned veggies, or I don't think so they are fresh veggies. They are those Walmart no frills veggies. It looks like to me. Okay. Now, factors again that influence is finance. I've been over and over telling you, people with limited income, they buy cheaper and less nutrient foods. So they are always at a lack of proteins, vitamins, and minerals. If you have less proteins, your body repair will be affected. If we have wound, if we are having anywhere a wound, if you have less proteins in your body, the wound will never heal. Healing requires proteins. We do have, just like if you have heard about thickeners, when we add to make it thick and fluid, we do have kind of a powder that is protein powder. We add it in their milk or in their juice to give them more of protein, which again is not resource ensured. It is a special powder which we give them as extra proteins. This again, a dietitian, not a doctor. A dietitian prescribes how much. Anything with diet goes under dietitian. Yes, the doctor would write what kind of fluid, what kind of food minced or diet is tolerated. The SLP, which is swallowing language speech therapist, will come and check if what kind of food the person can swallow. Is he able to take diet as tolerated, the normal food we eat? If he's able to take minced diet, if he's able to take thickened diet or thin fluid diet. These are the different kinds of diets they might prescribe. Then the dietitian comes and looks into what we can give so that the calorie count is being of your client, of your resident, or your patient, whatever you call them based on where you work, would be substituted. Oh, she doesn't eat proteins because of she doesn't eat meat. What can we do? She doesn't eat eggs. We add protein powder for that. Okay. Minerals. Minerals are very, very essential. Our minerals play a very important role in our body functioning, brain functioning. Vitamins, again, vitamin C, scurvy. Vitamin D, hardening our bones and deformities of bones. Right? Vitamin E, antioxidants. So these are some of the things that we really need. If you don't eat vitamin oranges, you will have to get something. No oranges, no pineapple, you're allergic to that. We'll have to add vitamin C tablets. Sucrose, we call that sucrose in the hospital or long-term wherever. Now, when we talk about appetite, appetite is loss. Loss of appetite can occur from illness, from medications, from anxiety, from pain, depression, unpleasant sight, thought, and smell. The older adults always have loss of appetite. Their GI system does not, gastrointestinal system does not work as other people. The amount of gastric juices are reduced. When it is, they always feel like they are full. They're not hungry. This is one of the causes. Secondly, if they have any illness, they don't, just because of that illness is so disruptive that they do not want to eat. Some medications have a side effect that once they start, they have a bad flavor of mouth, and not only bad flavor, it also disrupts their appetite. If you have ever heard of Flagyl, if you have a tummy infection, they give you metronidazole or Flagyl. It's one of the medication. When you eat, after eating, you feel like, iron taste in your mouth, as if you ate a metal. Once your mouth has that kind of a flavor, would you be able to eat? No, you really don't like to eat. Am I correct? So medications can end up. Anxiety. If you're anxious, some people eat too much during anxiety. Some people do not eat at all. When a person eats too much of food, fills their tummy with food too much, it's called binge eating. And if a person does not eat at all, it's called anorexia nervosa. Some people, what they do is they eat too much, they fill their tummy, then they use their finger and start to vomit. They put their finger in their mouth and then they create an environment of throwing up, which is called binge eating. First, you fill your stomach and then you induce vomiting. Those are binge eaters. Once you eat too much and right away you induce vomiting, how much nutrients will you absorb? Would you? No. This is a mental illness, psychiatric illness. Binge eating and anorexia nervosa are two major common diseases when it comes to mental or anxiety, depression. Anorexia nervosa, with them, they feel like they ate too much. They are becoming heavy, heavy, heavy. They don't eat at all. They are thin like a stick. Okay. If you have pain, would you like to eat? No. Always try to skip on. It's so painful. If they have diseases in their throat, esophagus, stomach, intestines, no. They don't like to eat. These are the digestive problems they have mostly when they're elderly. So how do you expect them to eat? Go get it. Unpleasant sight. If the food that you bring in front of me is not very, very nicely cut, is not being presented nicely, I might not like it. Bring it. Good boy. I might not like it. What is not beautiful to my eyes, I might skip it. Sometimes we say, oh, people don't, all that glitters, that's true, all that glitters is not gold. What you see is, if you see the food, it might not shape good, it might not look good, but it might be nutritious. But who cares? It's not appealing to me. I see chunks of food. Okay, I don't want to eat. They will tell you, what's in the menu? Oh, I don't want to eat. They get thoughts. Some people, they have these hallucinations. When they drink too much of alcohol. After that, they have withdrawal syndrome, that they hallucinate or throwing up. They hallucinate not being hungry. So this is something that comes with thought.
Are they allowed to have alcohol in the care homes?
Not in the hospital, not alcohol, but when it comes to long-term care facilities, there are exceptions. We give some of them glass of wine once a month, a cup of wine once a week. That's again a care plan. Because what happens is they have been taking it throughout their life. They do get at times very weird withdrawal symptoms that they can. So what we do is, it not only helps with their withdrawal symptoms, but it also it feels like they're home, and they're able to pay. So not every day, but once in a week or once in a month, they are allowed. Not alcohol, wine, red wine. We provide them. I have, when I was working, I have given as we do have like a care plan where I asked my support workers, can you just bring that wine, just this much glass for this client? Okay. Anything that does not smell good, do you want to eat that food? No, not at all. Illness and aging are the most important factors that affect our nutrition. We don't want to eat when we are having any acute or chronic illness. And with aging, everything changes. Your likings, your dislikings, your body system, your body arrangement. Okay? Food labels are used to help people make informed food choices for a healthy diet or a special diet ordered by a physician. I told you, always and always, the doctor would write cardiac diet. Cardiac diet means anything that would follow their dietary plan when it comes to. Can you please sit down? You opened so many, this is no good. So they might say clear fluid diet. They put a label on them, and then the dietitian follows that specific label and keeps on going. We have diet as tolerated, which means any food, he's sleeping, don't stop. And then we have men's diet, we have puree diet. Remember this: pureed, minced, clear fluid, cardiac, diabetic, DAT, diet as tolerated. The special diet labels where the dietitian comes and she follows up with it to make sure they get these nutrients. These food labels have 3 components. List of ingredients. You also might see, as I said, cardiac is low sodium and low water. We have low fat diet, high fat diet, high fiber diet. So these are all different labels that we have. And these, when we talk about these nutritional facts, we have to make sure that the daily percentage is covered with whatever we are giving them, with the name that goes. If it's low fat, they get skim milk, but they don't want to do. Oh, I don't like skim milk in my tea. Some of them who are full fat diet or fiber diet, they get those creamers, small creamers, they get it. Okay. Caffeine consumption of 400 milligrams per day is not associated with any adverse effect. Almost everybody gets a cup of coffee or tea. Again, caffeine means either coffee or tea. Every time in the breakfast tray, 80% of people get it, but at lunch and dinner, 99% of people get either coffee or tea. Small or larger amounts of caffeine can cause insomnia, headache, irritability, and nervousness. If somebody is addicted to tea and coffee and you don't give them, they start to have headaches. They start to be nervous. Secondly, if you give large amount of tea, if you provide your client with more tea and more coffee, he or she might not be able to sleep because of caffeine helps to stay awake. Okay, pregnant or breastfeeding women, they should not exceed 300 milligrams a day. If there's somebody is breastfeeding, somebody is pregnant, they cannot exceed 300 milligrams of caffeine per day. The only amount that they can get is 300 grams of caffeine a day. That is standard for them. 1 cup, 250 ml of coffee has 135 milligrams of caffeine. A cup, which is 250 mils, not 181. That's why I said there are standard cups. We always know which cup is having how much amount of fluid. So a cup that measures 250 mils, it contains 135 milligrams of caffeine. Also consider caffeine found in colas, chocolates, dark chocolates, energy drinks, those monster drinks and buble and all. and over-the-counter medication. We do have some Tylenol and other medications that do have caffeine, caffeinated. We do have a lot of caffeinated drinks as well. So we have to make sure when we are dealing with the caffeine intake, what we are dealing, how much we are giving. And as a support worker, you may be required to plan menus and shop for groceries. If you are doing private home care, or if you're doing home care, or you're dealing with your client at home separately or home support, you will require a planned menu, or you might go for shopping for their grocery. But if you work in acute care, which is hospital, you will have to plan menus. I told you, trays come from the kitchen. You have a list where there's name of every client in the room. It says actually what kind of food they can eat. You just bring the tray for them to eat. You're the one to put numbers there. You have 10 cardiac diet trays. You have 7 diabetic, 2 clear fluids. So you have a list in front where you would see, I won't give this cardiac diet to the one that has been labeled as cardiac. I will not give it to a diet as tolerated person, because diet as tolerated can take anything. But I would prefer to give this cardiac diet to one who needs to get less than 1.5 liters a day, who needs to get less than 2 grams a day. For diet as tolerated, he can eat anything. We can, if there's no food for them, we can even go and grab a sandwich, some cheese, and some milk and juice from the fridge and give them, or from the kitchen if you work in the facility. Done. So under this labeling, which person to get what is based for you. It's not difficult. The tray has the menu. It says what kind of diet it is. You have a list. There's a name on everyone. All your nurses and PCCs, sorry, they just fill in their diet, how they eat, what they eat, and done. Food preferences: if I'm not veg, I'm veggie, I'm a kosher diet, I'm a gluten-free diet. Lactose intolerance, or some people, they're lactose intolerant. They have lactose intolerance. So make sure that the milk they are getting is lactose free. Oh, I don't have any lactose free milk. You remove the milk from there, you will call housekeeping, or kitchen, or you will ask your nurse, can you please do me a favor and call the kitchen to fix it for next time. Put the order through the Meditech. We only work on online systems, whether Meditech, whether Pixis, those will be the ones. And the nurse goes, she writes, this one, we need whatever we need. Low-fat diet, skim milk, lactose-free drink, lactose intolerance, lactose-free drink, milk. Yeah. Eating and swallowing challenges. Yes, we always have those because of, again, what happens is with aging, our nerves, arteries, muscles do not work properly. If our muscle contraction is not proper, do you think the food can go properly down? If we have problems with our muscles and we have problems with our body organs, there are always, you can say, kind of lid. This one near the esophagus, the other one the top of the stomach, then the other one that connects the stomach to the intestine. If ever there is some problem, the thing does not cover properly or does not close properly. The reason, because of aging. And what happens if it doesn't close or it doesn't open properly? It might not allow the food to get inside or would be pushed to the intestines for absorption. So it is important the food that we eat from the mouth should reach the anus properly. If your client does not have proper absorption, if nutrients are not absorbed properly, he or she might not get enough nutrients. Eating habits. Some people have very weird eating habits. Again, whole life they have been on junk food, whole life they have been on other these soft drinks. They might not. Now at this age, okay. Some people might be on more, they love alcohol more than anything. We have one here open, right? I will hit you now. Eat it. Don't be a bad boy. So this is what I want to say. Eating habits also play a very important role. My taste buds at the age of 20, at the age of 30, at the age of 50, and at the age of 80 are not same. They don't taste same. Okay? That's one of the challenges we face. Our clients, they cannot secrete saliva. Saliva helps to make a roll ball. It allows the food to go down. Our tongue is a muscle. It pushes it down. Any problem with the muscles, if they have problems with the tongue, again, swallowing. If they have any strictures, like any inflammation in the esophagus, any inflammation in the food tract, or anywhere in the GI system, again, problem. They will have this problem. They will not be able to absorb. Our food, if it becomes too acidic, that time all the nutrients are destroyed. If somebody is throwing up, it becomes a mix of acids and the food, again, difficult for reabsorption. Putrava is suddha, leave it. Get out. Stop. Shopping for groceries. Sorry about that. Use a shopping list. Check the expiry dates. Sell by date. Most foods will keep 3 days beyond 3 days beyond the date. Best before date, last date of guaranteed freshness, expiry date is the last date on which the product may be safely consumed. Another thing that we have to look in when we talk about food, some food that we see, you will see they say organic, right? We see grass fed. They have a specific selling day, best before date and expiry date. Make sure we buy food which is at least 3 days beyond the date. Best before date is guaranteed. There is a date on it, and then the expiry of this, it is uh, safe to eat, safe to be consumed. Some canned foods, we say, oh, it's good beyond their expiry. Even though the expiry is this, it can be used. Some water, you know, those water bottles that we drink water, right? They do have an expiry. The expiry is of a plastic bottle. So we have to make sure that this expiry that we look at is at least good to be and safe to be used. Handling clients' money. Clients will usually provide cash for grocery shopping. Keep a separate wallet for clients' money. If you're working as a private caregiver, yes. You will be going for their groceries, they will pay you the amount. You do cooking for them, that's part of life. Keep receipts and return the right amount of change to the client. Follow employer's policy about handling clients' money. Following recipes, use a recipe when cooking, consult a cookbook or online recipe. Never substitute an ingredient without getting client's permission and checking the care plan, which is they can be allergic to the food. Do not use a substitute ingredient if the client is on a special diet or has a food allergy. Again, if your client is diabetic and is not supposed to get a sugar, you might add for flavor. Oh, this is those sugar-free sugars. No. How does it matter? No, it has a specific calorie. We look at a calorie count. So please make sure you do not add anything of your own. And sometimes the food that we eat, again, I would say, sometimes the food that we eat interferes with the medication. Let's say, if your client is getting lamotrigine medicine, if he is getting, there's a medicine called lamotrigine. If the client is getting this medication and you give him canned food, he will get allergy in 2 minutes and look like a crab. All red, swollen. If you giving any hypertension medications, it says under the bottom, do not give it with grapefruit juice. Because if you give it both together, it will dilute the effect of the medication. It will be like you haven't given. It cuts off the effect of the medication. So when we are giving medications, we make sure that, or we are giving food, we make sure that they do not kind of interfere with each other. Most of the time, we give medications as nurses, and we see there is no effect of that medication, and we wonder why. The problem is they use herbal meds, which we are not aware of. Those herbal medications are actually food that interferes with it. Garlic, dried garlic, dried seaweed, dried, like different. If you see those medications, they're called as herbal meds. These herbal things are what we say the herbal medication. They interfere with our regular meds. The fact is, either they increase the effect of our medications or they decrease the effect of medication. Sometimes what happens is it might not show any effect. Am I clear? So we always ask them if they are on any herbal meds, if they do take any herbal food. Ginseng, they take this, it affects our medications. So when we talk about nutrition, we also look at those things. If the person is on any specific food, is on any specific medication, which is the patient's own medication, it will affect the patient's overall. Okay. Food safety. When you talk about nutrition, when you talk about fluids, you talk about food safety. How I told you, you will have to do food safety course. It's very important for you guys because it tells us how to safely keep the food. Let's say when you give food to everybody, if you have no idea how long is this food good to be kept, you put it in the fridge. It might not be good after 6 hours. Food safety tells us how long a food can be preserved and how should we preserve the food. What kind of food needs to be preserved? Does a juice need to be in the fridge all the time? It can be. If it's small container, it's not open. It might not be. If we leave the milk outside, is it okay? No. If we put, we do have special cookies, snacks. If you put them outside, would it matter? No. But if you put a sandwich outside, will it? Yes. There's always an expiry that comes from the kitchen that says this was being cooked at this time, refrigerate, not good after this time. Food that we serve can cause other foodborne illnesses in our clients. Most common, we see food poisoning. If the food is being undercooked, it would cause food poisoning. If it's overcooked, it is no good for our nutrients. So a balance is always required. If you drink milk, which is not, either do not boil it or either boil it properly. Half boiled can be, again, dangerous, cannot be tolerated by some people. Okay? So when we talk about foodborne illnesses, a foodborne illness that everybody knows, most common foodborne illness, which we call food poisoning, it's caused by pathogens in the food and fluids. Raw fish, uncooked meat, uncooked fish. A barbecue causes food poisoning most of the time. because it's not been cooked properly. Okay. Signs and symptoms depends on the pathogen that causes this infection. Common signs that we see when a person is suffering from food poisoning is diarrhea, nausea, vomiting. And children, older people as well with chronic illnesses, they have weak immune system. Children have weak immune system. Older adults, they have weak immune system. They are at a greater risk for these food poisoning. Okay. Food is not sterile. Pathogens are present when food is purchased, and food can become contaminated from other foods. There's one food which is kept with another food. If our hands by chance touches this food, it all can get contaminated. If a container is not being washed when we are cooking, it can contaminate the whole food. Somebody has flu and is cooking. Done. Thank you very much. God. There can be ways how food get, if it's not being handled properly, you touch it with your bare hands and you have not washed and sanitized your hands. Again, contaminated the food. If the cutlery that you're using is not being washed or touched by our hands that are not clean, again, we create a risk of infection. So our poor hygiene can create trouble for people, because if we have poor hygiene, means we don't wash our hands properly, we don't sanitize our hands, we can contaminate the food by different means. But foods can become contaminated from other food, which is called cross-contamination, and food handlers with poor hygiene can contaminate the food. Pathogens thrive at room temperature, but many die at temperature below 4 degrees Celsius and above. Always remember, freezing, they cannot survive. They will have to, either they will die or they create that covering. And above 60, when the temperature goes high, they cannot survive in a very high temperature as well. Ensure that you use safe food handling practices. To keep food safe, use these safety tips. Food preparation, you wash your hands, utensils, and countertops often. You rinse raw meat, poultry, and seafoods before use. Yes. And you do not uncook. Like undercooked food is always dangerous. Undercooked food, barbecues, they are the most common source of food poisoning. So cooking and reheating, we cook food at least at the minimum safe temperature. We only can do it if we are working as a private caregiver. Otherwise, we don't do with it. We can only store the cooked food in the fridge. Food storage, avoid cross-contamination, prevent between raw and ready-to-eat food. If the food is being left in for a long time, and those are, the macaronis, add water and stuff like that, are cooked once pre-made, those can be dangerous. Be mindful of raw chicken, meat, fluids dripping on other food. Think of it, you have everything cooked and you put on top of it a meat or chicken that you got, chicken breast, meat, from the market, and you put on top. If the temperature is not correct, You put it in the upper compartment, the blood might start dripping, and we don't know what it is impacted with. It will contaminate the whole food. Okay. Special diets. Doctors may order special diets for clients for a nutritional deficiency or a disease. You know, the richest source of potassium is bananas. Some people have a deficiency of potassium, so we give them bananas. Some people have problems with iron. We always give them spinach or beetroot. That's what we have to look into our special diet. For weight control, we make sure that the person is not losing weight because he or she is not eating, has dysphagia. Dysphagia means difficulty swallowing. To eliminate or decrease certain substances in diet just because they're allergic to it, just because they have intolerance to that food. 3 common diets, special diets. Sodium control diet. Again, sodium control diet. Other name for sodium control diet is cardiac diet. Diabetic diet means less sugar. Gluten-free diet. Many clients and residents need special diets. Again, low-fat diet. Full fat diet, non-veg diet, veggie diet, diet as tolerated, puree diet, thickened diet, thin fluid diet. Okay. The term regular diet, general diet, or house diet we don't use. No way. Means there are no dietary limits or restrictions for it. It's the old school way they used to say house diet. Nowadays, we don't say house diet. We only say regular diet, general diet, or diet as tolerated, DAT. Means no dietary limits or restrictions for that client. Sodium control diet. Sodium causes the body to retain water. Remember, sodium in, water in. Wherever there's salt, there's water. If sodium goes out, it will go with the water. Sodium controlled by diet decreases the amount of sodium in body. The doctor orders amount of sodium allowed is 2,000 grams, 3,000 grams, 1,000 milligrams to 500 grams sodium diet, which is 1 gram is equal to 1,000 milligrams. 2,000 milligrams means 2 grams. Most of the standard diet, the standard numbers for sodium diet is 2 grams. Sometimes they may have a special number, which can be, 3 grams or 500 milligrams. Otherwise, it's always the standard number for sodium controlled diet is 2 grams. Sodium control diet involves omitting high sodium food. We do not put foods rich in sodium in there. Not adding salt to the food at the table. The limited amount of salt is used in cooking. Okay, and diet planning. It's okay. Diabetic diet. Diabetic meal planning is for people who have diabetes. There are 2 types of diabetes. Diabetes type 1 and type 2. Type 1 is caused by lack of insulin. The body cannot, Our pancreas are the ones that secrete insulin. So our body cannot secrete, pancreas do not secrete uh, insulin, either very low or no. Okay, so when there is decrease in insulin, insulin breaks down our food. Again, they are what we do. Type 2 diabetes, which is insulin resistance. Our body, our pancreas does secrete insulin, but it is not being utilized by our body. You do have a key, but you don't know this key is the opening of the lock. Our body does not recognize it as a key, so it does not use it to open the doors. Again, it's not being used. So what we do give according to what kind of sickness they have, whether low insulin or high insulin. If too much of insulin is produced in our body, it will consume and it will break down the food quite faster. People become hypoglycemic. They need to eat more. The dietitian and the client, they develop an appropriate meal plan which involves the client's food preferences. It also includes calorie needed, eating meals and snacks at regular time. They do have a specific time for snack, which is HS snack. We call it bedtime snack or HS snack, night snack. We don't say night snack. Always it is either we say bedtime snack or we say HS. Okay? Gluten-free diet. Gluten is a protein that comes from wheat or related grains such as barley, oats, rye, triticale, kamut, or spelt. About 1% of Canadian population cannot tolerate gluten. Celiac disease is caused by, this is, God forbid, when people have celiac disease, their bowel, like they have inflammatory disease. They might poo, they might have diarrhea. Certainly, after a couple of hours, they get constipated, then they get again diarrhea. So this is how it works with celiac disease. And it is caused because of negative physical reaction to gluten protein. It causes inflammation, destruction of inner lining of the small intestine. Small intestine absorbs and promotes, takes it to the largest. When it cannot absorb, when it cannot move, either it's diarrhea, either it's constipation. All clear? Everybody's alive? Oriented? Okay. Assisting clients with eating. Now, a client's appetite and the ability to eat can be affected by weakness, by illness, by odors, by unpleasant equipment, an uncontrolled position, and the need for oral hygiene. It also depends on the need to eliminate and pain. If your patient or if your client has bowel obstruction, has not pooed for quite a number of days, he or she will not eat, because our digestive system starts from mouth and the end of the digestive system is rectum, anus. It is controlled all together. It's like a chain. If ever the person is not able to eat and is not able to defecate, will not poo, what happens from the rectum, large intestine, small intestine, stomach? You will see a bad breath, very bad breath. It's not a normal breath. It is Some people smell like poop. The reason is they are full of poop. They have fecal or fluid. That means their intestines, their stomach, it's all full. It comes up in esophagus, and they always tell you, I feel vomiting, I am nauseous. This is what happens. If they do not poo, if they haven't eliminated, if they have not defecated, they might not be able to eat. They are at a risk of bowel obstruction, they cannot eat. If they have pain, they cannot eat. They cannot enjoy eating. They do not want to eat. Make meal times enjoyable. Assist the menu choices. Let them know. You will have an ice cream. You have some veggies here. Make the setting attractive. Serve hot meals because hot food tastes good. Serve moderate portions, small portions, not too much. Make meal times special occasion. Sometimes we just say, good morning, everybody. It's breakfast time for everyone, just over the voicemail box that we have. Everybody, it's lunchtime for everyone. Enjoy a meal. So we try to kind of, and we put the TV on so that they can enjoy the meal as if they are at their home. Everything clear? All good? Now, helping clients prepare for meals. We assist with oral hygiene, elimination, and hand washing. When it comes to help preparing and helping clients, we always make sure they hand wash their hand, they do hand washing. We always make sure they do put dentures on, or if they have their own teeth, both things are brushed. Elimination, they already have defecated. They did have a bowel movement. Change clothing and provide clean linen for patients who are incontinent. Incontinent of pee and incontinent of bowel movement. People who cannot tolerate. If somebody is incontinent, you need to change the client, you need to provide clean linens on the bed. That's why we always put a soaker pad so that we don't have to change the whole bed over and over, only a small pad. Be sure that they put their dentures on. Some people, they have full dentures, that is the upper and the lower. Some people, they have partial, which means either the upper or the lower. Eyeglasses, hearing aids. If they are not able to see, how can they eat and enjoy their food? So make sure they have their glasses on. If they're not able to hear you, they don't know, they don't realize it. Help the client to get to the dining room. Make sure you help them, you set them up. Another thing, if you are working in a nursing home, residential care, or long-term care, you do not make your clients sit anywhere random. You have a specific spot for every specific person. This does not happen in residential care. Sorry, this does not happen in hospitals, but in long-term care, in hospice, in residential, we always make sure the client in bed 1, day 1 he sat here, he or she will have a designated place. They always have a specific spot. Just because this is one thing, you will have to learn when you go to a residential care. You'll have to, during the days when you shadow your others care aides, you'll have to make sure, oh, she made her sit there, she made her sit. That's a specific spot for that person. If you don't know, check the wristband. If they don't have a wristband, check their clothing at the back of They always have a name. If both things are missing, ask a regular support worker who works there. May I know, is that the spot for Miss Mary? Is that the spot for Mr. Jones? Am I clear till now? Making the client sit in a comfortable position for eating. He's sitting in an upright position. His hands can reach the table. He's breathing very well. He's sitting up. Any questions up till this point? No? Everything clear? All good? Okay, let's move on. Now, assisting clients with eating. Allow time and privacy for prayer. Some clients, they like to pray before they eat. Engage the person in pleasant conversation. Allow time for them to chew and swallow. Do not push food in their mouth. Give them small mouths. Fit the face. You always sit facing the person. You do not sit away from the person. Make sure, please do not put a gloves on. While feeding, we do not put a gloves. Wipe the person's hands, face, and mouth as needed during the meal. Offer plenty of fluids. Never force the client to eat. Report and record your actions and observation. Patient had refused to eat 8-10%. This is how you report your action and observation. Okay? Now, assisting clients with, again, between the meal nutrients are nourishment. Follow the same considerations and procedures for serving meal tray and feeding clients. Note what they need extra to be given. Calorie count on a flow sheet, note what the client ate and how much. The calorie count sheet looks like that. Breakfast, it already has everything that is served. And at the bottom of breakfast will be others. In case other than that, you give something, you put it there. It will say breakfast, lunch, dinner. How much did you give from? She ate full. You would put 100%. She ate 10%. You'll put 10%. Then there will be another column against lunch. There's another column stating dinner. When there's other, if the food is being brought by the family, that would not be there. Just put others and put 100% or 90%. That's how we do a calorie count. That okay? Providing drinking water. Clients and residents need fresh drinking water each shift and whenever the pitcher is empty. Whenever the pitcher is empty, we give them water, we give them fresh water, and not only that, also give them as needed every shift. Some people do not like only water, some people like ice cold water. So we fill their pitcher halfway through the ice and then we add water in. So making sure whether our client needs ice cold water or some clients need hot water. Follow your employee's procedure for providing fresh drinking water. We always have water dispensers. We give it from water dispensers. We do not give from tap. And we do not have bottled water, so we always give water from the dispensers. Assisting clients with eating challenges, chewing difficulties. If they have difficulty with chewing, offer plenty of fluids. And mostly it is it's that separate riz rice. Riz rice. It's called riz rice that they serve, which is brown to white, hard to chew if it's not hot. I don't know whether you guys have ever came across the hospital food. Okay? Offer small mouthfuls. You do not give big mouthfuls. Give the client time to chew. Weakness, if they might get weak because they have chewing difficulties, they have low energy. And visual impairment, you need to identify the location of the food. You need to identify the fluids on the tray or the table of the client. This is very, very important. Okay, use numbers on a clock to identify the location of the food. I told you this is a circle, and in the circle it says always in Canadian care plan 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections: protein, fiber, mineral, carbohydrates, like that. And then you say 1/4, 2/4, 3/4, 4/4, whatever, how much they eat. And describe the food that you are providing. Is it what kind of food it is? If you give sandwich, if it's a tuna sandwich, if it's a veggie sandwich, if it's an egg sandwich, whatever you are providing, you need to describe it. Are we good to go for a break first? Okay, we'll come back at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. Then we'll continue. Everyone is back. Finish, and then we can go back to that next. Okay. Now we are talking about assisting clients with eating challenges. Again, when we talk about assisting clients with eating challenges, we do have to offer plenty fluids. We have to offer very small mouthfuls, small spoons, sips, give the client time to chew. We also might give them semi-solid foods. We might give them diet, minced diet food. If it's medications, we might give them crush meds. Weakness, when we talk about weakness, we talk about low energy. Low energy comes from inadequate eating and inadequate hydration. If you're not eating properly, if you're not hydrated properly, you will have low weakness. Low weakness could be because of low energy. Weakness can also be due to not only energy, loss of sodium, loss of nutrients. If our clients, sometimes our clients, they are having heart failure, they have heart issues, they are what we say on dialysis, they lose nutrients. The loss of nutrients is such a big loss that they are always having low energy, they are feeling weak. So illnesses also contribute to weakness. Vision impairment. You need to identify the location of the foods and fluids on the tray or table for client. If you're not able to see, you won't be able to put it in the mouth. If it's not reachable to you, you won't be able to take it to your mouth. Use numbers on a clock to identify location of food. Tell them it is at 3 o'clock. Some people who are legally blind or blind. What happens if somebody tends to get blind just because of any glaucoma or cataracts or any autoimmune disease? Again, that is different from being legally blind. When somebody cannot completely see or can see partially like shadows, it depends. So we will use numbers on the clock saying 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 6 a.m. They tend to know how it looks like. Describe the food you are offering to the client. You always tell them what you have on it. Oh, today we have plums, we have pineapples, we have some mashed potatoes with some gravy on it, and you have some ice cream or some beverages like a coffee or tea. This is the plate that we see, and this is the time clock. At 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, we have some carrots and peas. At 6 o'clock, we have some meat. At 10 o'clock, we have cheese and bread. At 12 o'clock, we have stuffed potatoes. Now, again, we are coming to swallowing difficulties. Clients with swallowing difficulties, we help the client to sit upright, leaning slightly forward. Please make sure if your client has difficulty swallowing, he or she should be sitting upright, leaning forward. Just because if they lean backward, some of the food instead of going into the food pipe, would go through their respiratory tract. That is called aspiration pneumonia. People aspirate when some of the food, small, very small particles of food passes through our uh, respiratory tract. We call it aspiration. It can be from the fluid, it can be for the food. Not only this, but if your client has difficulty swallowing, he or she would swallow her or his saliva, again, which causes aspiration pneumonia. So please beware of this. If you see your client is coughing, if he is choking, if he has episodes during feeding, make him sit upright, leaning forwards like this, not backward like that. Ask the client to lower the chin while swallowing. When you lower your chin, it allows the food to go down without aspirating. Give time for the client to chew the food and to swallow. Again, there is decreased amount of saliva and the muscle strength is not the same, muscle contraction is not the same. Allow them to have time to swallow down, to chew the food. Client to remain sitting for at least 30 minutes after a meal. Once he finishes or she finishes, he or she should be sitting up in the chair for 30 more minutes. That's the appropriate way of eating with or without swallowing. Mostly with swallowing difficulties, with 30 minutes of meal, it's recommended for everyone. You need to sit up. You cannot lie down right away because if you lie down, it will cause regurgitation. You might throw up. It allows the food to come back into the tract, this gastrointestinal tract, and people feel vomiting. So let the foods reach the stomach, let the food start, let the acids start to work on. 3 common consistencies of thickened fluid: nectar thickened and easily pourable, which is slightly thick. Honey thick or slightly thicker. And then there is a pudding thickened. So again, thickened water, thickened juice, thickened applesauce depends on, they would write normal thickened, nectar-like, honey-like, or pudding-like. Okay. Serving meal trays. Clients in long-term care are encouraged to eat in a dining room. Again, they have their own specific spot. You cannot make them sit anywhere. Those who are too ill to move, eat in their own rooms. If there's someone who cannot be moved, who is a total care, who is sick, they eat in their own room. Most clients in hospital eat meals in their room. Most clients, not most clients, in hospitals, you eat in your specific room, specific area. We do not have a dining for very lessly. All those dining rooms we have most of the time because of the overflow of the patients, we have to change dining room. Again, it becomes a patient room. Meals served in beds and bedrooms are delivered on trays. Whenever we are serving food which is in the beds or bedroom, it's always served on trays. If it's served in emergencies, we do not serve the breakfast meal in the tray. We serve it in a pouch with a name. Then the lunch and the dinner comes in the tray. So it does sometimes differ from place to place. Serving meal trays. Ensure that you serve meals trays promptly and at the right food temperature. If it's too hot, it's too cold, you can warm it up for them. Home care clients usually eat in their own dining room or kitchen. Fluid balance, that can result from too much or too little of water. If you push too much fluid or very little fluid in a person, it can cause them hypovolemia and hypervolemia. Hypo, I told you, anything less is hypo, anything too much is hyper. So volemia means volume of anything, volume of fluid. Excess volume of fluid in our body causes edema. And if we have edema, it can cause pressure on the heart because our heart can run specific amount of water, like blood and water. That's called fluid. But if it's overloaded with fluid, it's called heart failure. Heart fails to pump the fluid, blood. Because this fluid, this water does not have any other pipes to run through. It is running through the same. So this blood, it gets in, it gets, the volume becomes too much. Here, the capacity of my heart is to pump normally 5 liters. But now, because I'm elderly, will my heart work the same way? No, it's 4 liters, 3 liters, less, more or less. And now I gave too much volume of blood, water, fluids, ringolactate, D5W, anything too much for 2 days, 3 days. It causes edema, swelling in the interstitial cells. Once they get swollen, it becomes difficult for the heart to pump this amount of blood due to volume overload, which can cause death. And this swelling of the body is called anasarca, and their whole body gets swollen. Sometimes they get too much dehydrated that they die due to dehydration. Am I clear? Fluid balance is needed for heart. The amount of fluid taken in intake and the amount of fluid lost. When we say, when we have clients who have heart failure, just FYI, just for your information, we always check their weight. And what we do is we check input and output. There is an input and output sheet where we write how much fluid did we give in the form of water, juice, with medication, without medication, IV meds, with IV meds, mixed with something, everything. On the other side, on the right, on the right side, the sheet says output. Is it catheter? Is it emesis? Is it vomiting? So vomiting also is fluid. Holy is a fluid. Urinary, when however the patient urinates in bathroom or using the urinal is again added into it. So then we see the amount we give intake and the amount the output. If there's too much difference between the two, it means there is imbalance. The patient will either lose or gain weight according to what the output is. If the output is more, we are producing more water and we are giving less amount, then probably he will lose weight. If we are giving input is just and output is really small, he will gain weight. This is how we get to know. Oh, and the other thing, if ever a person is being fed with water or any fluids, and then the output is minimum, the first and foremost thing that we will see is we'll see swelling, edema. The other name of swelling is edema. We'll see the hands, arms, and lower legs, along with the ankle and feet will be. When you press, try this thing. If you press your arms or legs and you remove your hand, your skin is so plumpy, it will right away come back. But when you press their feet, hands, or arms, even their face, when you press it, you remove, there's a mark of your finger and it goes slowly, slowly, slowly. This is called edema. When it is in the legs, it's called pitting edema. When it's everywhere else, it's called edema only. Okay? And how does this edema happen? Each cell has a small space. This water goes into these small, small spaces. Each organ tends to swell up, causing edema. This is interstitial fluid. It goes into our interstitial cells, between the cells. If fluid output exceeds intake, dehydration occurs. I told you, if the input is less, output is more, it's dehydration. Vice versa, if your intake is more and your output is very, very less, it would lead to edema. Is everything okay till this point? Okay. The other thing is, if your client, your resident will take more and the output will be less, you will also see another sign other than edema, which is called crackles. The water tends to go towards the lungs. You will see crackling sound. You will hear wheezing when they you will hear that kind of, when they breathe in, it's like a whistle. When they breathe out, like that. That is also a sign of fluid overload. Am I clear? Let's go to this. An adult needs 1.5 milliliters, 1500, which is 1.5 liters, always, of water to survive. About 2,000 to 2,500, which is 2 liters to 2.5 liters per day, fluid is needed for normal fluid balance. More than this would go for edema. Common special fluids that we order are encourage fluids. We say encourage PO fluids, which is per oral by mouth. Give them more juice, water, beverages, drinks. Restrict fluids. Fluids are limited to certain amounts, 1.5 liters, 1 liter, and so. Nothing by mouth. NPO. Nothing per oral, or you say nothing by mouth, that a client cannot drink or eat. Output and input. Intake and output record. The doctor or the nurse may order intake and output. Intake and output are kept to evaluate fluid balance and kidney function. To help evaluating and planning medical treatment when the client has special fluid orders. Measuring intake and output. Intake and output are measured in milliliters. 300 mils is 1 ounce. 500 mils is 1 pint. 1000 milliliters is 1 quart. We only use mils and liters. We do not use any other measuring numbers. We always remember 1000 milliliters is 1 liter. We deal with only this. Okay? So don't get confused with how do I remember this? There's nothing to worry about. A measuring container for fluid is called a graduate. Yes, this is important. We do have a plastic container. It does have all the numbers. It's used for measuring input and output. This container, this plastic container that we use is called graduate. If your client has a Foley, the Foley bag is curved, it can bulge too much, it can bulge too less. So the number that we get is not an accurate. We empty the Foley using a graduate. And graduate gives us a number where we are at. If ever your client is on an NG tube or a GG tube or any tube feeding, we get water in this container and then we give it with a syringe. Am I clear? The measuring device is held at the eye level to read the number. We do not keep it in the hand and we do it. It's always kept on a surface, and then we keep it. We have to make sure that we are at the eye level of that container and we look at it, saying, "This is your table. This is your container." You cannot look at it like this. You always have to make sure when you're looking at the number, my eye and the number should be right at each other. Like this, okay? At par. An intake and output record is kept at bedside. We always keep it at the bedside. We do not share it with anybody. It's just, if there are two clients having this, we would write with a marker pen, then 21A, 21B, so that we don't use each other's. Even though it's elimination, it's emptying urinals, but we don't do that. We always keep separate for everyone. Amounts are total at the end of the shift. The purpose of measuring in and out and how to help are explained to a client. We always do a measurement and then we do a total output, input minus output. What we gave and what we got. The difference would tell us whether it is in minus, whether it's positive. If it's positive, it's gaining. If it's minus, it's dehydrating. It's all good. But not too much should be there. And we always let the client know, hey, we need to do an output. If he or she is independent, you need to be in this and let us know the numbers, please. Just because we are trying to see how much weight you are gaining and how much you're able to retain, how your kidneys are doing, how your heart is doing. Especially this is related to kidneys. If kidneys are not able to flush, again, the heart will have, the volume will be overloaded. Excretion occurs due to kidneys. Okay. The urinal, commode, bedpan, or specimen pan is used for voiding. Client may use a urinal. We have two urinals. One is called a female urinal. The other one is called a male urinal. The other one we use is commode. Commode is used at a bedside. It's like vernacular product in, and they can use it. It is again disposable. Used a specimen pen. It's like a hat that we use. We can put it on a bathroom seat, or we can use it, put it on a commode seat, and a client or a resident can void. That's it for this chapter. Everybody's okay? Any questions till now? All good for this one? No questions for this chapter?
Ma'am, I have doubt with I and O record. What's that? I have doubt with the thing, no, like an I and O record is kept at the bedside.
Okay.
Like
I stands for intake and O stands for output. We have an intake and output sheet which we keep at the bedside. If your client knows, is cognitive, Let's say she drank, let's say she drank a glass of water. She will write glass of water. If she peed, she would write. If ever it is, they might spill on it or that, we give them a piece of plain paper with a pen. The number of times they drink or they pee, they will write on it before the end of the shift. After every 2 hours, you might go and ask them, is there any change? Yes, I drank this much, and you add it in the chart. So intake stands for, we don't write intake and output, we always write I for intake, which is what they took. Do not, please, again, it's not only intake by mouth. If you gave water by mouth, if you gave any IV, if you gave any medication substance, anything liquid given into the body is intake. Anything coming out of the body is output, which can be vomiting, which can be urine, okay? Too much sweating, we cannot measure, but we can always put, if we see a difference of 10 millimeters, we always can, yes, he was very sweaty, he was sweating like hell, it is the difference is this. Okay? Any questions? No? Look at it, go through it once, and then we will do the workbook.
How do we find these slides? Like, if we want to like go through it again and just
Again,
you-
I told you, you have to go on your Evolve. You have a student.
I went on there, but I couldn't find any slides last time.
When you go on your Evolve, hold on. I will stop sharing. I will start to share again here. Let me get. So I would do a new share so that you guys can see it. Share screen. And this one. So when you go on your, you will see PowerPoint presentation student handouts. It is under PowerPoint presentation student handout. You write your email here and you put continue. You sign in. There would be chapters coming down. Whatever chapter you want, you can go through.
When I log in, I don't get that.
How is it possible you don't? It is same for
I log in.
everyone.
Wait, 'cause
When you go into your login, you go into the last book. Then on your
Where do
left hand, hold on. Are you able to see my screen right away? Everything that I'm doing. So it will show up something like this, right? Then you go, this is your book, the last one. You go there and it will show up like this. On your left hand, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down again, and here is your PowerPoint presentation, student presentation.
I don't know. I don't know why I don't get that.
If you have trouble,
I logged into it. Well, let me log back in.
what do you see on your left hand side?
Wait, let me log back into it. tells me to access ends October 7.
Hmm?
It tells me the access ended on October 7.
Do one thing later once we finish our class. You can text on the link for the school and say, hey, FYI, just want to know while getting into my Evolve, it just prompts us a message saying your Evolve has expired on October 7th. Need to access the slide. Can you help? Vishan will get back to you and help you how to get in. I don't know why it's showing me like that. Honestly, I don't have an answer for that. But
October.
Amrit, can you log in? Do you have access?
Yeah, I'm just trying. Give me a
Yes,
minute.
please. Because you both were on the same day.
Yeah, no, it lets me log in. I logged into it. It ends on October 7th, 2026, but I don't see the options you see. Like, it only shows me HCA and then it just tells me from
If you press HCA, things will come down.
yeah, I press on and I only see writings. I don't get the presentation.
After HCA, does it show announcements?
Yeah, it shows announcements, updates, audio, body, credits, independence, key points, learning, and then pre-review checklets. And then I only see review questions from like chapter 1.
I don't know. Not showing. How about you, Amrit?
No, I'm trying. Actually, I haven't used it for a long time.
Can you take a picture of your screen and post it on there on a group? We can see
Okay.
on the WhatsApp group so that we can see why and what you are looking at on your left hand side, please. Because I'm not able to access your screen.
I can share the screen from here.
Huh?
Okay, I think I can share the screen from here.
Huh?
Stop sharing your screen. I can share my screen.
Yeah, but then one person can share the screen at one time. That's why I'm just trying to ask if you can
Yeah, I'll
share
send
us
it.
a picture, share a picture which even they can see at the school and we can help why you're not able to see it. Okay, let me see.
The rest are just like chapter 1 review questions, and then from there on.
Can you press learning? No, but learning.
How did you get that? Okay, PowerPoint.
Did you get it? Did you got it?
It's somewhere like that, but it only takes me to like Word, if that makes sense. It only just shows
No, I know that word is from learning objectives.
that's the only.
Mm.
we're not getting an option to
Okay,
open the
what we
PowerPoint.
will do is we will ask him to check.
Like you have you had that you have peer review checklist PowerPoint presentation student
Yes.
handout.
Yes.
But in our menu on the left side, it's not over there.
Mhm.
Yeah, and yeah, after learning objectives, it's peer review checklist.
Okay. What I would do is we will ask him. We'll ask Mr. Zishan to help us to see why we are not able to see the slides.
Yeah.
If not, then we might have to send it to you guys on your email. But as far as I know, it should be there. I don't know, do we not have an access to it or what's going on? Let's ask him later at the end of the class. Okay? Awesome. Now let's stop the share and get our books and do a wonderful job with our workbook. How is that? What chapter are we doing today? 9 and 10, right? Okay. Okay. Everybody is ready? You good? Everyone on same page?
Which chapter?
Chapter 9.
Yep.
Today, Pima can also give us answers. Okay. Let's expect everyone to give us answers. The same word can mean something different to two different people.
True.
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 Touch is not a type of communication.
False.
Pause. When paraphrasing, expand on the message and use more words to ensure you understand.
False.
False.
False. Please make sure do not add stories. Put whatever the client says in the inverted commas. That's it. Non-verbal clues often reflect the client's true feeling.
True.
True. Normal means like she's not speaking, grimacing, all those things. Most older clients are not aware of your body language.
True.
No, false. When they see you entering, they see you getting in, they do understand.
Mm.
Closed questions can be answered with yes or no.
Yeah, true.
True. Always closed questions mean true, yes or no. Open-ended means they will keep on discussing more and more. Focusing is useful when a client rambles. Focusing is useful when a client rambles, blah, 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 what we need to do or what the client needs to do. He needs
True.
to focus. True. Short sentences are more clearly understood than long ones.
True.
Always true. If you talk to them long sentences, they might simply turn right.
Sometimes don't you have to explain and take it the longer way?
Huh?
Don't you have to take it like the longer way?
No. When we are talking to our clients, the shorter we say, the clearer we differentiated people. Okay? It's not important to be at eye level when communicating.
False.
Also,
Using pet names such as dear can improve communication.
False.
False.
oh,
Assertive communication is the same as aggressive communication.
False.
False. Assertive means yes, aggressive means abusive. You can use open-ended questions to start a conversation.
true.
True. Gestures, facial expressions, posture, body movements, touch, appearance are the ways of communicating without words.
True.
True. When you hold a client's hand or touch the shoulder to convey caring or warmth, you are using verbal communication.
False.
False. This is all
All
non-verbal.
verb.
These are all non-verbal clues. So be very mindful of what we are talking and what they are asking about. A client who denies having pain but protects a body part by lying on a certain way is using body language to communicate.
True.
True. When a support worker frowns or wrinkles the nose because the client has body odor, the support worker is sending a message through a body language.
True.
True. A support worker telling a client, don't worry or everything will be okay, may be a barrier of effective communication. True. If somebody is dying, somebody lost his loved one, and you would say, it's okay, no problem. Will it help? No.
Mm.
Okay. Body language includes which of the following?
A, B, C, E, F.
A, B, C, E, F. Exactly. To effectively communicate with words, you need to
A, C, E, F, G.
A, C, E, F, G, H. Okay. When a procedure is performed, which of the following action would you demonstrate that support worker is meeting the client's safety needs?
A,
C, D, E.
A, C, D, E. Guidelines for active listening includes
making eye contact. Um,
A,
B, C.
yes, A, B, C, D.
D.
Okay, A, B, C, D. 22. What are some of the barriers to good communication?
Hearing problem.
E,
A, B, C, E, F, G.
A, B, C, E, F, G. Absolutely. Nonverbal signs of anger include
A, B, C, E.
A, B, C, E. Client feels safer and more secure during a procedure if you
A, B,
B, C, D.
B, C, D. Not you do it quickly, but if you explain how to do, if you describe the sensation and you explain what will it do. Next, which of the following behaviors can create barriers to effective communication?
A,
Hmm?
B,
Hmm?
F,
into APF.
A, B, D, E, F. A, B, D, E, F. If you effective communication, A, B, D, E, F. Okay. Which of the following are the steps in fourth step teaching method when used when teaching a client?
all four.
Hmm?
so, okay,
First,
you're on 26, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it all the above?
A, B, C.
No D?
Not D. Okay. Which of the following are some of the other guidelines you can use when you are teaching tasks to clients?
E?
Huh?
All the above.
A, B, C, E. Not make sure you set a pace. We don't set a time for that. A, B, C, E. Which of the following are the guidelines for dealing with any angry client?
B, C, D, F, G, H.
B, C, D,
D,
F,
F,
E,
G.
H. Interpersonal communication is defined as
D,
the exchange of information between two people. When you communicate assertively, you appear
confident and calm.
confident and calm. D. You are teaching Mr. Simpson how to change his ostomy bag. You would
A, explain all the steps necessary before starting to implement the instruction.
D,
C,
use positive statements for encouragement because you're teaching, you have already explained him. So you would use positive statements for encouragement so that he would get encouraged and he would start to touch his ostomy bag and start using it. You are bathing Mrs. Fox when she suddenly starts to yell at you for not doing the bath correctly. Which of the following is an effective way to communicate with Mrs. Fox?
B,
D, stay calm and professional.
Yes, be stay calm and professional. Asking closed questions.
B.
C. Focuses on obtaining specific information. Okay. Giving an acceptable reason or excuse for one's behavior or action.
Rationalization. E.
Rationalization. E. Transferring one's behavior or emotions from one person, place, or thing to another. C. Projection. Keeping unpleasant or painful thoughts or experiences from the conscious mind. F. Interpersonal communication. Directing emotions towards another person or things that seem safer rather than towards the person or thing that is the source of emotion. B. Displacement. Okay.
Hello.
B. Displacement. Refusing to face or accept something that is unpleasant.
A.
A. Denial. Acting in a way that is opposite to what one truly feels.
Expression.
Acting in a way that is opposite to what one truly feels. Empathetic listening. G.
G. Reaction.
Retreating or moving back to an earlier time or condition.
Resignation. D.
E. Again, I would repeat for your 34, it's E, C, F, B, A, G, D. Okay? Now, restating someone's message in your own words.
Paraphrasing.
Yes, paraphrasing. Communicating positively and directing without offending others.
A. Assertiveness.
K. Assertiveness. Questions that invite a client to share thoughts.
Open-ended question.
Open-ended
A.
questions. Absolutely. Paying close attention to a client's verbal and non-verbal communication.
G.
I. Active listening. Questions that focus on specific information.
Closed questions.
Huh?
E. E.
E. Interpersonal communication. Being attentive to a client's feeling. Empathetic listening. G.
G.
Messages sent without words.
H.
B.
B. Non-verbal communication. If you don't speak, you only make gestures. Okay? Limiting the conversation to a specific topic.
J. Focusing.
J. Focusing. Gestures that send messages to others.
H.
H. Body language. Spoken words.
D.
D. Verbal communication. Exchange of information between two people. F. Interpersonal communication. Right? Again, C, K, A, I, E, G, B, J, H, D, F. Is everybody okay? All good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, next is the communication process involves the following steps.
Exchange of information, paraphrasing, empathic listening, asking close questions,
Okay.
clarifying, focusing.
Yes. How do we put it in our words? Would be a sender would send a message, a receiver would receive a message, the receiver will interpret the message, and the receiver will provide you with a feedback. You give a message to your client. Your client receives this message. He will process it in his mind and he will give you a feedback back. Is that correct? Again, once the sender will send a message, a receiver, or it can be vice versa. The receiver will receive a message, then you will interpret the message and you will provide a feedback. That's how it is. You can use open-ended questions too.
Invite a person to share ideas, feelings, or thoughts. Can
Yes.
encourage a person to talk.
You can find about the client's needs and preferences, in short, right? Find about the client's needs and preferences. Ways in which a support worker may display professional communication can.
Calling people by their names,
Yes.
saying thank you and
Avoid
please
slang words.
introduce yourself to the client, knock the door before entering.
Yep. Avoid slang words and swear words. Use professional behaviors, body language. Use only English. Pay attention to the way you speak to your co-workers. If you are using a if you're using a cell phone, text or call, do it privately. Avoid making non-supportive facial gestures. Okay? It is all in your book. Chapter 10. You can be delegating an authorized act only if it is allowed within your job description and your employer policy.
True.
2. Registered practical nurses are allowed to supervise support workers.
I'm not allowed.
False.
False. It is licensed practical nurses, not registered. Okay? It is okay to discuss work problems with your client as long as you do not use proper names.
False.
False. When you agree to perform a task, you are responsible for your own actions.
True.
True.
True. You may refuse a delegated task if you want to do the task.
False.
False. Why? If you want to do but it's not in your scope, will you be doing it? No. False. You may refuse a delegated task if you do not want to do that task.
Or false.
Delegating is the same as supervising. False.
False.
Support workers are allowed to perform procedures below the skin surface. False. Okay. Now, from the list above, which of the following are benefits of working on a team?
A, B, C, D.
A, B, C, D, absolutely. Which of the following are usually members of healthcare team in long-term facility?
This is A, B, C, E.
A, B, C, yes. D and E. Always your client and the personal support worker. Okay. Don't forget your client in the middle of the day.
He's
But
already there, so we don't need it.
yes, he's already there. When the nurse delegates a task to you in a facility, he or she is required to do which of the following?
ACE.
ACE, absolutely. Which of the following concerns will affect delegation decisions?
A, B, D.
A, B, C, D, F. Not E. A, B, C, D, F. Teams in home care usually include which of the following?
A, B, C.
A, B, C, D, F, G, H.
Yes, A, B, C, D, F, G, H, not the neighbors. Okay? When the nurse delegates a task to a support worker, who is accountable for the delegated task?
Nurse.
Nurse.
Nurse. Which of the following is not one of the 5 rights of delegation?
Right equipment.
Right equipment. Which of the following is not an appropriate reason for support worker to refuse a task?
D, does not like
Does
the
not
nurse.
like the nurse. Exactly. Which approach would be effective to use for resolving conflict in workplace?
D, arrange to speak with your co-worker in a neutral area to resolve conflict.
D. What are the what are some of the challenges working on a team?
C.
D. Recognizing the role boundaries. Okay.
G.
D
D.
for dog. Recognizing role boundaries. When you're working in a team, we help each other so much we don't remember, we don't recognize this is not a part of what I should do. We try to help each other. Controlled act is a task that
Must be performed only by those
who are authorized to perform it. A. Absolutely right. To work together towards a common goal.
Collaborate.
D. Collaborate. The nurse on duty for the shift.
Charge nurse.
Charge nurse. A. Person who assesses the client's need in the community.
Case manager.
Case manager. Transfer of function. A. Delegation. A function you perform for the client.
Task.
B.
B.
Task. The legal right.
Authority.
Authority. Do I have concerns about performing the task? You would ask it to yourself whether it's the right person, right? C. Do I feel competent in performing the task? What does it say? Right circumstance. Is that the right time, right? Is a nurse available if the client's condition changes or if problems occur?
D.
E. Right
E.
supervision and evaluation. Was I trained to do the task? A. Right task. Did I review the task with the nurse?
E. Right supervision.
Right directions and communication. Then we are, which was your next chapter? Measuring heights and vital signs?
Yep. Yes, chapter 24.
You can take 2 minutes of rest. Everybody is looking like. Sorry if I'm tiring you guys, but it's just the experience that you are getting right now. After you start your hands-on work, the book knowledge would be very less. You won't be able to get the same amount of book knowledge. So it's better always to,
I mean, how much time we'll be doing like practicals with ZL clients?
uh, in the
Around
in the lab or on your floor. On the floor, minimum it will be 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks practical.
no, after how much time we'll be starting it after the month or like
It would be after a month because your
okay.
session should end up soon, so it would be within a month.
The whole course we only just do 2 weeks of practicum?
Huh?
The whole course we only do just 2 weeks of practicum?
On the floor.
On the floor,
Yeah, like only just 2 weeks?
just 2 weeks.
The whole course.
Yes, that's not that's the recommended hours you have to complete. Those are 12-hour shifts.
Okay.
But wasn't that 270 hours?
That's what I'm saying. 200. It accounts to minimum 2 weeks. I don't know how many weeks it is.
It's more than a month.
More than a month? No,
Um,
but some of them are considered to be from your lab, right? So I think you go for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. We'll just double check. I don't remember now. Let's get to chapter 24. A handheld electronic thermometer is stored in a storage box.
True.
False. Systole is a period of time when the heart muscle is relaxed.
false.
False, that's diastole. Bradycardia is a rapid heart rate.
False.
False. Tachy is fast. Blood pressure is normally measured in the brachial artery.
True.
True. If you're unsure you have taken an accurate blood pressure reading, you should take off the cuff and try again in 30 to 60 seconds.
True.
True. The systolic pressure is the lower pressure.
False.
False.
Higher blood.
Respiratory rates vary with age.
True.
True. A tympanic membrane thermometer is inserted into the air to measure body temperature.
True.
True. An auxiliary temperature taken with a thermometer can take up 2 minutes to register accurately.
False.
False. The earpieces and diaphragm on a stethoscope should never be cleaned with an alcohol wipe.
False.
False. Rhythm and force are characteristics of a pulse.
True.
True.
You should avoid using your thumb to take a pulse because you could mistake the pulse in your thumb for the client's pulse.
True.
Blood pressure increases with age up to adulthood.
True.
Women usually have higher blood pressure than men.
True.
False. The lower the blood volume, the lower the blood pressure.
True.
True. Stress decreases blood pressure,
False.
False.
but it increases. Blood pressure is higher in overweight people.
True.
Blood pressure tends to be lower among people of North Asian, indigenous, and African descent.
False.
False. Smoking increases blood pressure.
True.
True. Normal newborn respirations are 30 to 60 respirations per minute.
True.
True. 25 to 32 respirations per minute is normal for a healthy adult.
False.
False. Multiple choice questions. What would you expect vital signs to be measured?
A, B, D, G, H.
A, B, D, F, G, H. मैं करूँ जुकाम exercise. Massa. The temperature should not be taken orally if the client is
B, C, D, F, G, H.
B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Okay. Which of the following factors can affect the pulse rate?
B, C, E, F.
A, B, C, D, E, F. If your temperature is high, of course your pulse will be high because you have fever. In fever, your pulse is high. When you are taking client's blood pressure, which of the following guidelines should you follow?
B, D, F, G, H.
B, D, F, G, H. Why is it important to keep a record of previous vital signs?
B.
Yes, so that they can compare with the numbers that is there. When you take the vital signs and they have changed from a previous measurement, what should you do?
Report the changes to the nurse or the supervisors.
Yes, you will report the changes to the nurse promptly. Which of the following statements about electronic thermometer is not true?
B.
B.
B, if the probe is broken, the client could swallow mercury. If the client is smoking and you need to take an oral temperature, what should you do?
B.
B, wait 15 minutes to take the temperature. How long should you take an irregular pulse?
1 minute.
1 full minute. When assessing the client's pulse, which of the following pulse rates should be reported to the nurse immediately?
Mm.
50. Okay. You are assigned to take the blood pressure of several clients. Which of the following should you report immediately?
150, 110. C and D.
Yeah, C, 150 over 110. 96 over 70 still is okay, but 150 over 110 is really not okay. What best describes a pulse oximeter? It is a device that
Measures oxygen in the blood and pulse.
measures oxygen level in the blood and pulse. Now we have the parts of the diagram matching. F, you know where the F is? That's the diaphragm.
Yeah, diaphragm.
And the bell is D. The smaller one is bell. The two earpieces, A is earpieces.
Earpieces.
P.
Yes. And then B. Okay. Rubber or plastic tubing. Everybody is able to see it.
Chest piece.
Right. Chess piece. E.
That's E.
E.
Now we will match the normal range. When we talk about oral temperature is between what to what?
35.8 to 38 C.
Yes, exactly. Axillary. (34.7 to 37.3). Okay. And tympanic is C. Now match the following with the pulse side. Temporal,
G.
G, sides of the head. Carotid,
E.
E, sides of the neck. Brachial,
A.
A, inside the elbows. Radial,
H.
H, wrists. Femoral,
C. Top
top
of
of the inner
thighs.
thighs. Popliteal,
F.
F, exactly.
Is
Dorsalis pedis.
B.
Yes. Apical,
B.
now match the following again. 120 to 160. What is the age group?
C.
C, birth to 1 year. Seventy-five to 100.
A.
School age, yes, exactly. A. 90 to 140.
Toddler.
B, toddler. 60 to 100.
D. Adolescent.
Now match the following. Taking the apical pulse and radial pulse at the same time.
C.
C, apical radial pulse.
Pulse.
Amount of force exerted against the walls of an artery by the blood.
Blood pressure. F.
Pressure, F. Disorder in which the systolic blood pressure is below 90 mmHg and the diastolic pressure is below 60 mmHg.
Hypotension.
Hypotension, I. Instrument used to listen to the sounds produced by heart, lungs, and other organs.
L. Stethoscope.
L, stethoscope. A slow heart rate is less than 60 beats per minute.
G.
G,
Bradycardia.
Act of breathing air into and out of the lungs.
A. Respiration.
A, respiration. Persistent blood pressure measurement above normal systolic.
E. Hypertension.
A, hypertension. Rapid heart rate is over 100 beats per minute.
Tachycardia. D.
D. Tachycardia, tachy. Period of heart muscle relaxation.
Dash 2. D.
Diastole. D. Beat of heart felt at an artery as a wave of blood pressure through the artery.
J. Pulse.
J. Instrument used to measure blood pressure.
M. Swig. Manometer.
Yes, sphygmomanometer. Temperature, pulse, respiration, and blood pressure. 2 words.
Vital signs. K.
Vital signs. Period of heart muscle contraction.
Size 2. H.
H. Now it's saying whether you have to identify what it is. Okay. A for pulse and B for blood pressure. What is radial?
A.
A. Bradycardia.
A.
A. Hypertension.
B.
B. Systole.
D.
D. Hypotension.
B.
Diastole.
B.
Apical.
A.
A. Pulse. Tachycardia.
A.
A. For how long is an auxiliary temperature taken on a thermometer? Auxiliary.
20 to 50 seconds.
Yes. Okay. Why are the earpieces and diaphragm on a stethoscope cleaned with alcohol wipe before and after use?
Infection control and spread of
Yes,
microbes.
infection control. How can you prevent noise when you are using a stethoscope?
Do not let anything touch the tubing. Ask the
And
client to
ask the
remain
client to
silent.
be silent. When you are measuring the pulse, what 2 characteristics of the pulse should be noted in addition to the rate?
Tachycardia and bradycardia.
Yeah. Rhythm and force. Why do you keep your fingers or stethoscope in place after you count the pulse and while you count the respiration?
I wasn't able to find this thing anywhere in the book.
You know why? Because when you put the fingers, the client does not know that you are counting his respiration. Otherwise, he or she will change the breathing pattern. So what we do so that the client does not change his breathing pattern, we do silent counting respiration. Okay? Now, how do these factors affect blood pressure? With age, always increases, okay, up to the adult childhood. With gender, always
Women
remember,
have low blood pressure as
women
compared
have
to
low
men.
blood pressure than men.
Wrong statement.
Blood volume,
Bleeding lowers BP and IV fluids increase
yes.
blood volume.
Stress,
Increase blood pressure as body responds differently to different
absolutely.
situation.
Pain, you're on the right page.
Pain increases blood pressure.
Yes. Exercise,
Physical activities increase BP, blood pressure.
yes. Weight,
Yes, it increases.
increases.
If BP is higher on overweight people and
Ethnicity,
lower and
yes.
on weight loss.
Ethnicity.
No.
Always
But
with ethnicity, the blood pressure of Aboriginal, South Asian, African
yeah,
people, it
yes,
tends
it
to
is
be
a
higher.
like statement given over there. BP tends to be higher than South Asian
Higher,
Indian.
yes. Diet.
High sodium diet
High
increases.
sodium diet increases the amount of water in the body. Medications.
Can be given to raise or lower BP, blood pressure.
What page number are you on?
132 of the workbook.
So guys, it's on 152 of the book. I'm not on the book. I'm just telling it. Okay. Position. What happens when if your patient is lying, then it will be lower. If it's sitting up, it will be higher. Okay. Smoking.
Nicotine causes blood vessels to narrow, increase blood pressure.
Absolutely. He is on the right page of answering. Alcohol, it increases the
Right.
blood pressure.
Yes.
If a client cannot stand up to have his or her height measured, what procedure do you use?
Ortho have the client to spine position, pull the measuring tape alongside the client's body until it heads past
Yes.
the head.
Why do you ensure your client has voided before you weigh them?
Avoiding means emptying urine from the bladder. The full
Because
bladder
the full
affects the
bladder
weight.
will affect the weight. Okay. The height or length of the child is taken from dash to dash,
Head to heel.
from the head to the heels. What is the normal respiration for following ages? Newborn.
120, 160.
For newborn, 30 to 60 respirations per minute. For 10 years old, 20 to 30 respirations per minute. For 2 years old, 25 to 32 respirations per minute. And for a healthy adult, between 12 to 20. Okay? What are the guidelines that you should follow when you're taking the blood pressure?
Box 24.2, page 5.
Yeah, box 24.2 for your guidelines. Follow the client's blood pressure. Now, please label the thing here. Hmm? Can you do it?
Yes, 4 above 60 and 1 above 100.
So
That's
your for the first one, it should be like this, right?
Yep.
And the second one, it should be like this on A, right? The second picture, it should again go towards your left at 100. And your last picture, you should go down between 60 and 80, the stick between 60 and 80. Right? Now you sphygmomanometer, the other reading for this. Where would you put the coloring? You will go by 150 and a bit higher on the first.
1 line high.
Yes, up to 1 line. And then on the second one, you will go by 80 and then 2.
2.
Right? The other one, you will go 198, like 2 blocks down.
1 below 200.
Yes, 1 below 200. And then 110 around less than 1 down 110, right? Ah, my goodness. You guys are stuck today. So we have taking the apical and radial pulses at the same time. 3 words.
Apical radial
pulse.
pulse.
Then amount of force exerted against the walls of artery.
Blood pressure.
Blood pressure. Disorder in which the systolic blood pressure is below 90. Hypotension.
Hypotension.
Instrument used to listen to the sounds produced by lungs.
Stethoscope.
Stethoscope. A slow heart rate less than 60 beats per minute. Bradycardia. Act of breathing air in and out of the lungs. respiration,
respiration,
persistent blood pressure measurements above normal, 140 would be hypertension,
hypertension,
rapid heart rate over 100 would be tachycardia.
tachycardia,
Then period of heart muscle relaxation, diastole,
diastole,
beat of heart felt in an artery, pulse,
pulse,
instrument used to measure blood pressure, sphygmomanometer, temperature, pulse, respiration, blah, blah, blah. Vital signs. Period of heart muscle contraction. Systole.
systole,
Tomorrow's would be chapter,
27,
yes, whatever we did today, and then chapter where we were,
11 and 12.
11 and 12.
11 and 12.
We're gonna skip 25 and 26.
Not skip, we'll do it, and then it's such a short thing. We will add it somewhere into the class where we can sit up and enjoy.
For today.
So everything was clear. Any questions, any problems, any confusions, any stress?
Yes, I'm going for work after the week.
Oh, you're going for work after this week. Oh,
Yeah.
take your workbook, please, with you.
Yes, ma'am. This time, definitely.
At least if you won't be able to cheat from your book, but we can give you the answer.
No, that's okay. I'll take them.
Okay. So we will check with Mr. Zishan if we can get the slides. If not, I will send all the slides to you guys. Okay. I don't want
Thank
you guys to be struggling. We will do our best. Again, if ever anywhere you feel the difficulty, you have any questions, you need any clarifications, feel free to ask. Don't worry. Absolutely, you are stuck at your work time. You don't know what to do. You can always give me a call. Doesn't matter. Okay. It's not about only being a student and a teacher. It's all about being human first, then other things. Okay. So we always have to be helping. We always learn. It's a learning process. We learn after we experience things. Okay. I came from a night shift and I'm going back on my night shift. And it's already 1 o'clock. So good for us. I will see you guys tomorrow with all your homeworks. How is that?
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Make sure you guys do your homework. Okay, and let's see, we'll talk to him and ask why we are not able to see our slide.
Okay.
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 Tomorrow, everybody, try to be on time, 8:30. Do not forget your classes. Beautiful. Bless you all.
Thank you. Bye.
Everybody,
Thank you, ma'am.
bye-bye. Have a wonderful day ahead. One for you, one for him. Okay, take care.
No, don't put you. No. Bye bye.
Bye bye. See my kids. Bye bye. Okay.
No, no, no.
One.